Hi, Nicholas. Very good. Thank you. What was it related to? Integromat stuff. Ah. Yeah, it's just a case of understanding like relational databases and roll-ups. And I think I sent you over last time the templates of like the progress bars, right? Yeah, it's to be honest, it's really similar to Airtable, and like the whole Notion system that I use is built across having those like relations, because it just makes the data available across like all of your databases, which is how everything is able to like to tie in and just integrate so well together. But yeah, they're not so complicated. But when you're playing around with it for the first time, it can seem a little bit weird. The Notion dashboard is actually my favorite thing that I've ever built. I think like I use it every single day. It's um, so like flexible, way more flexible than any other like task management or like project management system, um, like available. And especially if you do build it yourself, you have a bit of a sense of attachment to it, which I like quite a lot. So you're more likely to use it, whereas like Trello or whatever else, you haven't built it, so there's no real like connection to it. But also by building it yourself, you understand how all of the components integrate and communicate with each other. Because originally it was a template I actually took the idea off of someone else and rebuilt off of their idea, but now it's evolved so much into becoming like my own tool because I added various different changes, improvements where I saw necessary, and just really like tailoring it to um, my own life and my own like requirements, right? So by building it yourself, you give yourself that understanding to be able to either remove certain parts that you don't need, or to like to build on top of them and go even deeper in certain areas. Like for example, on the habit tracker, I like completely rebuilt it and built out my own habit tracker, which was like a much better like improvement in the system. Yeah. I have to give like complete credit to August, and even I'm like a subscriber and active consumer of his channel, so I have like complete respect for the project and the things that he does. And also, in fact, it's the new year now, and I would strongly suggest you to like go. I don't. If maybe you've done this already, but go through like the um, yearly planner. Like I think it's such an interesting tool. Like I went through and like you list off all of the things um, that you achieved last year, like the things that you were happy with, the things that you were unhappy with, and a lot of the things that brought me like the most happiness or the most feeling of like satisfaction, let's say, like the time throughout the past year where I felt my time was most well invested, that I wrote down in that list, it could have all been done in about 2 months. Like those things that the things that I achieved, and like most people will never write out a list like that and sort of analyze it in this way. What it means is I now, it makes it very clear what you value most in life, and based on that information, I can use that to then go and design my next year. But to be honest, it is a little bit depressing to actually look back at the things that you're most happy with in the past year and think I could have done it I could have achieved it in a very small time frame. But nonetheless, I strongly recommend you to do it because it will definitely help you to plan out your upcoming year and make sure that you have like a very good year. And the other thing I love about the system is it's so I don't know, brutal, even like ruthlessly honest. It forces you to be ruthlessly honest, and then it just tells you what you what you need to do every single day to achieve your goals in life. And I really don't think that you'll find many systems like that at all, if any. And if anyone's interested, just to give you a quick walkthrough of what we're building out now, this is going to be a personal website. It's being built in like Nuxt.js, which is my favorite framework. It's really quite easy to get started with, and it's really flexible. Um, and I'm building it on top of Airtable, so it will have an Airtable backend. These are like some of the products that I'm planning to like list and sell, and this will work as like the almost like it's like a Shopify store manager, if you want to put it like that. So anything that we add in this Airtable base, we can add images, pictures of the product, if it's an active product or not, like whatever the price of it, I can just update it from Airtable rather than having to go in and play around with the code. And we can also add in like thousands of products here. And whenever I say like on YouTube that I'm going to like give away something for free, rather than me needing to go in and upload it somewhere, this will be like an integrated system that I can use where anything that is added here is automatically put up on the website and it's just available to everyone. So it will be a mixture of like free and paid products depending on what it is. Yeah, I've actually only just got into this like yearly planning thing, but there was an app that I came across the other day. What was it called? It's called Mental Walk, Reflect on Your Life, and it's included in Setup, which I like recommend quite a lot. And it's like a reflection app. So I still suggest that you like stick with using Notion as the actual tool, but you can take a lot of questions from this application. Like they're split up into various different categories based on like your life, business, romance, like whatever it may be. And you can just take some of the questions there and integrate them into your Notion system, which is the other thing that I love about the Notion system, is anything that you stumble across in your day-to-day life. Maybe you hear something in a podcast, some piece of wisdom that you want to integrate into your life and thinking process. It's very easy to do that. So you can actually just go through this application, take a load of the questions that you like, and maybe integrate them into your weekly review, your monthly review, your quarterly review, or your yearly review, depending how frequently you want to integrate that type of thinking. And I also do this in like projects. Perhaps like you'll hear of like some good entrepreneur in their thinking process to, if you're listening to a podcast, an interview, whatever it may be. And you can then just integrate that into your whatever part of your system you need, for example, in projects, so that you are thinking in that same way whenever you're doing a project. Like I made a short video on this the other day. Can you share the OnlyFans paid group? The OnlyFans paid group is called the War Room. It's $6,000 per year. It's not my group, by the way. I'm a member of the group, but I'm not I don't benefit financially from it in any way. It's called The War Room. You can Google it. It's run by a guy called Cobra Tate, and you can buy in there, and then you'll also need to buy a OnlyFans um, course as well, which I think is about $1,000, and that will get you access into that specific room. I recommend it though as a I don't actually have the OnlyFans course myself. I'm part of the main group, and there's just a lot of OnlyFans guys in there. Um, Most of them are doing it as a way of making money. Um, but it's a really interesting group. I like it quite a lot. There is also a cheaper alternative as well, but it's not so much on like OnlyFans, which is like $50 per month instead. But it is not for OnlyFans. It's mostly for learning how to make an income online. Useful content. There's Jarvis, I believe, if that was the name. But to be honest, I haven't got any experience with them, Brandon, in terms of like I appreciate the technology and I really like the idea, but as far as I know, if you're using something like, I did read a blog post of a guy who managed to get some results by posting on by making like a SEO blog off of GPT-3, but other than, I think nowadays, like you will just get, like you won't really get anywhere from it, because like everyone's had the same idea of doing it. So the only thing that I can think of is if you were to like scrape a load of data, for example, and then run it through almost like a text spinner to change the text, but like even then, it's not something that I would really go that deeply into, to be honest. But it's an interesting technology, really very interesting. But it's not something I've played around with so much. Um, yeah, so you're probably better off talking to this gentleman here. I've played around with it, but I've got no real experience in using it at any like deep level. Yeah, that would be really quite an interesting way to use it. Yeah, GPT-3 with Bannerbit for generating social media content. Sorry, I thought you were referring to more like blog posts and things like that. Something like that, yeah, I think would be very interesting. But if you're like most of the passive income streams that I focus on, they're focused on like Google search, and I've only ever read one article of a guy getting good results on GPT-3. He brought in about 20,000 visitors just from a load of generated articles, which is quite an interesting achievement actually. Yeah, exactly. Fluff, no, I'm not familiar with it. I think I have heard the name actually, but no, I've never used it. I have heard of it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's also, I think it's like, so now you're talking about like a sort of no code space, right? Yeah, it does look interesting. In fact, I was helping someone to build out a mobile application for selling like online fitness courses. Yeah, so it could potentially be quite interesting for this. Mm. Interesting. Have you built anything on here? On wedding apps. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Interesting. I'll keep an eye on it for sure. Yeah. Like to be honest, these days I literally just build out everything myself. Like I absolutely love Nux.js, and like you can just use Airtable's APIs like a backend system. It's really fast to do, and you have like just the flexibility that comes with that. Um, but of course, but I do recommend that everyone should learn like a little bit of basic programming knowledge. And I've played around with other things like Webflow before, and I don't know, like I've built a few Shopify stores, but it's just to me it just feels like very limited. All of them do. Maybe I haven't just given them enough time, but it just doesn't quite compare to building out your own website. Of course, it doesn't. It's very hard for it to. I don't know that I can commit to being live every single day, um, but I do enjoy it. And the other problem is like a lot of the time I can't record like non-stop, and there's just like distractions going on. But I do enjoy like live streaming, and I find that I'm much more productive because I can't. You almost can't allow distractions because you have to keep the stream going. So I plan to do it like as much as possible, but in terms of being live every day, I'm not quite sure that I'm ready for that. But it would be really interesting. what made me join the Forum? Mostly for me, for crypto calls, which is like I'm not actually a member of like the OnlyFans room. It's just like I'm around people that do it all the time. Um, but yeah, the thing that originally made me like join the war room was for crypto calls. And for anyone, if like I said, I'm not affiliate, like I'm a member, but I don't benefit financially from anyone joining the war room or not. Like it's not owned by me. Um, However, like on the crypto calls, it is really quite good. Um, is so you're paying like $6,000 for membership, and here's just like one. I was actually up even more than this. Um, like I turned about $5,000 into at the moment. I turned $5,000 into 18,500 just on one call, and this it was up even higher a couple of days ago. I was actually up about 23,000. I was up to $23,000. Um, so even just by having that, it just one correct call, it pays for your membership and more, and I'm in profit off that. And there's like a few others in here as well, like Ren, I'm down on at the moment actually, but like you get some really interesting crypto plays. So that's the main thing that I'm in there for. Like I don't have time to sit around researching things all day. But the thing that's quite good about the war room is you have experts in each different field. So maybe I would contribute a bit more, like in the marketing room, and the guys who are in crypto, they want to learn about marketing, so they will read what's going on in that room. Whereas I don't know anything about. I just don't research crypto, so I can then absorb the information from there. So that is what is quite good about it. Is it's like a network, and you can play off each other's strengths. Generally, it's quite a high caliber person. Like the $6,000 entry fee is for it's just like to basically make sure that the people who are in there are quite serious people, which is good. I wouldn't be happy. Sorry, I would be wouldn't be unhappy if they increase the membership fee even further, because it just makes sure that you're bringing in like really high caliber people. Um, so yeah, and then there's other rooms for like fitness for girls. Most of them will have like multiple girlfriends, and the girls are like fine with that. So it's I guess like a outside of the matrix type place is what I would think. There's some funny things that happen in there, some very funny videos. For networking is very good. Like in terms of marketing stuff, there's really not that much like activity in there. There's like an e-commerce channel though, but I recommend it, and purely for the crypto calls. You should, as long as you follow them, um, you should more than pay for your memberships. You'll be in profit from there, and then everything else is, I guess, just down to how much you want to absorb, and like if you're even interested in the other subjects. Everyone in the group as well, their goal is to get to like $10 million in net worth, and it's quite interesting to basically be around like 1,000 other people who are all working towards like the same thing. So I like it. I'll renew my membership, which is like a good question to ask if it was worth buying or not. I will renew the membership next year. They also have like in-person events. Like I'm based in the middle of nowhere, so nothing really happens around here. But if you're in like the US or the UK or Europe, they have a lot of like in-person meetups. Yeah. Do they talk about flag theory? They they do. Like how to best describe it. A lot of it is like the owner of the group has like 17 supercars. So he's posting up his pictures on his videos and so on. And a lot of people are like drawn in because of that, I think, about getting very rich. But there's some very smart people in there. This is the one thing that's very good, and you're going to be around some very smart people. There's a room actually specifically on sort of getting second passports, and but they will just give you like recommendations and so on. Like they recommended Chile to me. You can live out there 6 months of the year for 2 years, and you'll get a Chilean passport, which is a very strong passport. So like they'll give you some advice, but it's down to you to execute on it, right? And you can pay some of like the guys in there for consulting and so on. But yeah, you're going to be around people who are just like really pushing and achieving things in life. One other thing I do like about it a lot is they have something called like receipts, and this is something from like the pickup artist space, where guys would post receipts of the girls that they're sleeping with to prove that they've slept with them, but they apply it into like business. So when you make a load of money, like if you close a deal, whatever you're making money from, you will take a screenshot and post a receipt of it. So it's quite interesting to be around people who are like operating like that, because when you think that you've had a good day, when you've made like a few $1,000s, and someone comes in with a receipt where they've got a girl on OnlyFans who's just made $50,000 in a day, I don't know, it annoys you a little bit, but it's quite motivating. It like just pushes you like not to be lazy. And in Georgia, it's really quite easy to be in the top like 1% where I'm based. So it's good to be around like higher level people. It's not very hard to be rich in Georgia. So it becomes very easy to be lazy. It's a Telegram group. Exactly, yeah. So it's just motivating to be around like people who are, yeah. The saying is, right, if you spend your time with 5 millionaires, you're going to be the sixth one. Did I move to Georgia for taxes? Not specifically, although taxes are a big benefit of why I'm still here. Um, it's I like Georgia a lot. To have it as a base it's quite good. There are things that are really quite annoying about living in a developing country. Um, Customer service being a massive one for me. Like you cannot find good customer service for love or money. Yeah, but no, like I'm completely happy to say like Georgia's 0% tax is completely legal. So it is a benefit for me. Like I'm really quite happy with it. For the banking system, okay, so let's this is going a little bit off topic, but let's just say in fact it was something that I built out in Notion recently. I'll just like sort of go into this, and I didn't quite finish it, but talking about like flag theory, right? You're talking about okay, let me just answer that quickly. Goal is 1 mil goal. No, my goal is 10 million. This is just part of a like little series. Like whilst I'm making this goal of making like $1 million in revenue, I also have like other investments, other businesses going on as well. So this goal of $1 million is like a side project for me. And so the goal is just to bring in like $1 million and basically have that in, I don't want to say in a bank, but like invested, so I can just show you from this series that I have gone from zero to making to having $1 million. It won't be sitting in a bank though; it will be invested. Did I move to Georgia just for taxes? No, Georgia has. You should use each location for its benefits, right? And so this is what I was making out of like what my current location is. So you should, like, I wrote out a list of like the positive things that I have in Georgia, the things that I like and the things that I don't like, and then the things that you should prioritize when you're in this specific location, wherever you have your locations based. So as much as I haven't been back to London much recently, I do have a base there. I have a friendship group there. I love like the restaurants in London. Shopping in London is also great. Nightlife is also very good. But the negatives are, to live there, it's very expensive and you're going to pay a lot of tax. So you should split yourself across multiple locations, in my opinion, and you should have very specific. You want to use that location to whatever advantages it offers. So, for example, Georgia, things it offers 0% tax on foreign income, very cheap speeding tickets on cars is a benefit for me. Ability to borrow mortgage and to have a mortgage and borrow funds. There's not many foreign countries that, in my opinion, will offer, or that I know of anyway, that will offer that to a foreigner. So I'm able to borrow money and buy apartments in Georgia with no down payment at all, which is quite unique. Cheap to live, always a nice benefit. Gym is 5 minutes away, another big benefit of Georgia. Everything is very close by. I also own a healthy food meal preparation service in Georgia that I invested in. Good boxing training, and there's like a cheap spa as well. You can have membership to a spa for like $100. So based on those positives that I've written down, my life is sort of structured around that. So when I'm in Georgia, staff as well, to hire staff compared to London or Europe or anywhere else is much cheaper. So it's a good place to run people-based businesses. And then I also have like the negatives, things to avoid when I'm in Georgia. So I think that you should write this out. And another good thing, actually, not that I'm an active skier, but they offer like winter sports here, which would be something I put down. So you have like this is what it supports for me: wealth and health and strength. Georgia is a good place to earn money, and also because you're paying low taxes. And for me, it's also good for health and strength, because like the gym is so close, and I have like a food preparation service here, so it's relatively easy for me to go to the gym and eat healthily. Whereas in your location, you're going to have different positives and negatives, and you should tailor your. For example, if I spend 9 months in Georgia, it should be tailored around doing the things that Georgia supports very well. Whereas, for example, pleasure, like just having fun, Georgia doesn't support very well. So you want to go somewhere else, maybe Colombia, for example, very, very fun place. Also offers like very nice beaches and stuff, which Georgia doesn't have. So you want to play each location to their strengths, right? And yeah, look, exactly to your point, I completely agree. There is no paradise. There is no place in the world that offers everything you can want. So you should have maybe your top 2, top 3, maybe top 5 countries, and you set up bases in each of these countries based on what they offer you. Now, what you're looking for can be very different to what I'm looking for. So it's like completely tailored to your requirements, right? Like one of my friends, he wants a place in London, a place in New York, and a place in San Francisco. I've got no desire to do something like that. So you should have these places, and even like not even places you have a base in, but you can write this out for like when you're traveling. And when you're traveling, you're almost like researching new cities. Is this somewhere I want to set up a base? Is this somewhere that I want to like plant a flag? So you should write down what the benefits are and what this location can offer you. So I completely agree with you should be living where you're treated best, right? Is the nomad capitalist saying. And from a financial point of view, you're treated very well in Georgia, especially as a foreigner. If you have foreign income, it's quite hard to beat what's offered here. Exactly. Yeah. Look, it's a really smart thing to do. I've not done much traveling at all recently, but there's like a number of different countries on my hit list that I want to go and check out, to potentially set up new locations in. Ukraine being one of them. Colombia I absolutely loved. I'd love to set up a base there. Where do I store locations? I just have locations set up like in my command center, which is like overall dashboard of my like Notion system, and then I can just add in new locations from there. Exactly, yeah, and that's why going back to the war room, most of the guys they will look for for other locations because they end up making a bit of money, and if they're in the US, they don't want to pay 40 or 50% tax on or whatever it is, um, and like not only that, like the US. As this is my understanding of it anyway, I'm not a US citizen, but I have a friend who's actually in the process of renouncing his US citizenship. He hasn't lived in the US for about 8 years, but regardless of where he is in the world, the what's the American tax service, um, SEC is it? Whoever it is, they're chasing him all around the world to pay taxes, even though he's not based there as a IRS. That's the one, yeah. Even though he's not there as a citizen, which is like unbelievable. So he actually paid the famous accountant, Nomad Capitalist, if you've heard of him. He paid him about $75,000 to basically be told the only solution is that he renounces his US citizenship. It's the only way they'll stop chasing him. So he's now going around the world collecting new passports. Is his new hobby. I think he's up to about 5 now. To avoid taxation. And look, also just not that I want to get too, I don't know, into the pandemic and so on, but with what we've seen in the past few years, what if your government or wherever you're living, if they implement some type of system that you don't like, maybe in how they're dealing with the pandemic or some other like crisis that happens in future, you don't want to be in a position where you have not got options. Like I think it was The Art of the Deal. It's the person who's willing to walk away from a deal has the most power. So you want to have these. You don't want to be having like a crisis in your country and then you're trying to set up a place to relocate to. You want these backup locations set up. So if the UK makes a decision that I don't like and I don't agree with, I can move to another location in the world. Same in Georgia. So by having multiple passports, it's just a smart thing to do. If you haven't got multiple passports and multiple citizenships, or at least multiple, for example, in some countries, by owning property, you will buy yourself a deeper level of rights to be able to get into that country because you own property there. And resident-based taxation, exactly. And like that's, to be honest, the one really good thing about the UK is that you, if you're out of the UK for more than 6 months of the year, you just claim non-domicile and you won't pay any taxes in the UK, and you of course get to keep your UK passport. So I think the UK gets quite a lot of shit, but actually it's really not that bad. I think it's really quite friendly towards businesses. Where was I born? I was born in London. I grew up in London until I was 21. I was going off traveling and I built a camper van. I self-converted a camper van that used to be a delivery truck, and I went traveling around Europe, and then I guess I sort of fell into the digital nomad, let's call it, lifestyle, and and from there I just didn't really feel like going back to the UK. That was the main thing. It just sort of happened. Yeah, Bulgarian and Mexican. Yeah, in fact, my friend is going after a Mexican one now, and he was doing some basic Spanish lessons. German, yeah, it was great, really good passport, right? Other thing that you can do is if you have got it's maybe a bit immoral to use your child like this, but someone was telling me if your child is born in the US, they will get a US citizenship straight away. And I believe, I'll have to actually double check this, but I believe that you will also qualify and become a US citizen. Not that I think it's like the best passport to go for, but you could research what other countries offer something like that. Perhaps Singapore would be like a great option. If you have got a child on the way, I haven't, but it would be a really easy way of of picking up some new passports. Hey Andrew, how are you? So element it instead of hard coding. I just prefer the flexibility of programming a page myself, as much as I'm not doing much programming at the moment. Opinions of living in Cyprus. I've never lived in Cyprus. I've been there a couple of times, and it was also like a good place for taxes, right? But I believe Cyprus is actually a bit more on the red list than Georgia is. Like they will ask a few more questions about why you have banking in Cyprus. But yeah, I was in Ayia Napa when I was 18. That was a very different type of holiday, a very different type of question than what you were asking there. But yeah, I don't know. In general, I liked it. Good location, nice beaches. And also just going back onto Georgia as well, or the one benefit of it is that it's quite good in terms of like the geographic location. You're very well connected to both Europe and Asia, and on top of that, like Istanbul, the main airport in Turkey, probably one of the most international airports in the world. It's about an hour and a half or 2 hours away. So you can then get into Istanbul and you've got connecting flights to the whole world. And Georgia's also a small airport. Like you can check in through security and everything like that in about 20 minutes, which is always nice compared to Heathrow or something like that. Anyway. How easy to find like-minded people? How to find like-minded people in Georgia. I Most of the people I know in Georgia I knew before I moved to Georgia, and then they moved out here as well. There's one guy out here that I met, really good guy, a few years ago. We're good friends still to this day. Um, it's good. What we've got going on? This guy is promoting his Cam website. Um, um, so what was I saying? There's don't worry, he should be kicked. To find like-minded people, there's not so many foreigners in Georgia, but it's definitely increasing. Like I've been here like 3 years now, and I think the number of people, foreigners coming to Georgia, is definitely going up a lot. Which is that is good. You'll meet other people here, and it generally attracts quite a high caliber person, I find, in terms of the level of people, that like the level of entrepreneurs that you'll see here. If they're moving here to not pay taxes, generally they'll be earning like quite a decent amount of money. They'll have like interesting businesses. So I've met some really interesting entrepreneurs out here. And I used to work in a co-working space. You would meet a lot more then, and they would have some events and things going on. Crypto is also like taking off here as well. Like there's quite a lot of like I know a guy who has quite a big like Bitcoin mining operation. He goes to the same gym as me, American guy. So there's quite a few like crypto projects out here as well. I was thinking of moving to Georgia. Stuff. Yeah. So any nice areas? I've always lived in like Vaque and Vera areas where there's like co-working spaces. There's one called Terminal, which is where I worked from for ages, and they've now set up like a few other locations as well. So like that would be a good starting point. There's also like it's called like Technology City or something. I can't quite remember. It's like a government thing, and you can get free. You can get a free office there. I think you have to give them a small percentage of your business or something like that. But you can look into that as well. There's quite a lot of I don't know, investments and like incentives for startups to incorporate in Georgia. And then second question, as well as nice women, areas where startup hub as well as nice women. I've got two Georgian girls sitting behind me, so I have to be a bit careful about what I say. Joke. You can find nice girls in Georgia. I don't know what opinions do I have on that. Generally, they will be looking for something very serious. So if you're looking for like a one night stand, like you can definitely find it. Anna back here might help you out. You can find it, but it's definitely not the best country for like pickup and so on and things like that. You know, I think you're much better off in major cities. So I don't know what Sydney's like. I've never been myself, but London is. I don't know, for dating. There's so many women, so many different like so many different types of girls. London's like really easy for dating. No, I'm not in a co-working space. I'm in like the home office. I can just one. I can't even turn this camera down. One's on the floor. We've not even got a chair here. They're making Tinder accounts for promoting our OnlyFans girls. And okay, sorry, I'm running out of the questions. Yeah, so but if you're looking for like an actual serious relationship, or not even that, like you can, like I'll get into that. That's another philosophy of mine as well. But you can find very good girls in Georgia. A lot of people will say that it's like, I don't know, like the US girls from what I see is not the type of girl. Not that I want to like generalize like this, but how to say, like if you're looking for like a more like traditional woman, let's say, where she's wants to like look after the home, you can definitely find it there. And Georgian women, from what I see anyway, are like very loyal. So if you're looking for something like that, I do think Georgian women are really quite good. If you're looking for like pickup and dating, of course, like is possible anywhere in the world, but it's not the most optimized place. I think if you're looking for just getting up your numbers, basically, I don't know, London, US are definitely good places. Exactly. That's why I'm very careful to generalize. But yeah, it's just my like thoughts and opinions. But also the other thing that I've started to like believe a lot more now as well, and I do believe now, and like the girl that I'm with at the moment, like she's completely fine with it. Is that for a high value man, there is no need for sexual, and this is like a double standard as well, and I completely know it is. I expect sexual exclusivity from a girl, from a woman, if I'm dating them. But in terms of it being like, not that, I think there's a very big difference between if you have like a one night stand with another girl and you're like with someone else. Personally, in my opinion, it like does not matter at all, and it doesn't mean anything. Whereas if I was to go out dating like another girl at the same time, like, you know, in like a romantic way, taking her out for dinner, treating her very well, then of course like my main girl would get very jealous. But it's my like current views towards things is just going back through time. If you look at it's something crazy like 20% of men have sexual relations with like 80% of the women, and it always has been, and this still applies in, if you look at a lot of different animals, it is still done like this. So like the alpha guys, the leaders of the pack, are the ones who will have more women. And you will find that women are like, I didn't believe this at first. If you are like a high value male, the woman is actually fine with it, and they will not give up on like a relationship if they've invested time into it. Yeah, God, here we go. But this isn't like what the channel is about, but it's like, I think it's very true. But then if you want a situation like that, it completely falls back on you, that you need to be the high value male. You need to be enough that she cannot find it somewhere else. Because of course, if she can find like another guy who is, yeah, you have to focus on developing yourself, which like is also like another positive, and she benefits from that as well. You're constantly improving yourself as a person in order to maintain the high level status, rather than if you have like a girlfriend, she's committed to you, which I think is what happens in so many relationships. In fact, I even do it as well. I will just get lazy because you're not worried about attracting anyone else. Like, you've got this girl, it's all very stable. Whereas in fact, like, if the male should be like a hunter, you want to be on the hunt, always staying, let's say like in your prime, right? You don't want to just like settle down and yeah, look, you want to be like staying alive. Anyway, it's enough on the multiple girlfriends chat. But if people are interested, like I think it's really interesting. It's something that I've just got more involved in quite recently, and like implemented in my own life. And like, if you look at the war room, which I was talking about earlier, there's videos, I don't think I can share them here, of this guy who's got 15 girlfriends all in the same room, very good looking girls generally. He just walks up to each one of them, kisses each of them, and just goes on to the next one. They all know. It's just like, I don't know, you've just never seen anything like it before. And it just, I don't know, it just opens your mind to how some people are living. I haven't read The Setup by Dan Bilzerian, but I've heard good things. I was actually planning to buy it, and yeah, I also, like with Dan Bilzerian, I think a lot of people think that he's paying for these girls and so on. I highly doubt he is, with like the level of life that he's able to provide for these girls. Not only that, he can also just make them famous very easily if they're tagging him in a photo. Of course, that they want to be around him. Business courses that changed my life. I don't really have any, to be honest. I'm not a massive consumer of courses. I love books. I really love reading books. I think this, just to be able to get someone's life experiences and learn all of the mistakes that they've made, and it's going to cost you like $10 for a book. I love reading audiobooks as well. I'll generally consume every day for about half an hour, 45 minutes, like whilst I'm in the sauna or if I'm out walking. Yeah, I wouldn't be against building out like a course. Like, my current main goal is to work on like businesses that are quite flexible and don't consume up loads of my time. I am still active in growth hacking Slack, but like not really for messaging. Like I generally just keep an eye on things that are happening there. But I'm going to start going back into making some guides on growth hacking as I move back into it. 0 to 1 mil business is not going to be one business. I just thought I would record a series of me going from $0 to $1 million using various different like I don't know whatever I really feel like. So far we're at $300. That has come from like freelance, from people booking in calls with me actually, and I will work on. And they all want automations built, so I'll get up to about $10,000 from there. So this is like early stages. I'm just working on accumulating some capital, which I will then go on to invest in various different other projects, also in DeFi and crypto space. And I just thought it'd be interesting to record and like document the whole thing, basically. So like, of course, I still have all my other projects as well. This is almost just starting from scratch and recording what happens, and just an easy way for me to make content and document the process. Discord, it's just something that needs a lot of management and maintenance from my side. And I mean, look, if you just wanted a centralized community, a place for people to talk and hang out, then we could. I'm not against making something. Yeah, and it's like I don't know. I just know sort of a lot of what happens with Slack is like I used to get a lot of messages in like the growth hacking Slack, which is why I like step back from it, because it just becomes, if you give too much access. Yeah, like if it's for more of a community for you guys to talk with each other, because there's some really interesting community on this channel, and maybe you are actually right. There should be more of a way of people connecting with each other and networking. So I would definitely be up for doing that. If it's more of having a point of contact directly for me, then it would get a little bit, I don't know, like I said, just what happened with Slack, and not that I don't want this to like come across wrong at all, but just by making myself less available, it frees up my time, which is what I'm really focused on. I'm really focused on budgeting time, and always have been. But yeah, I would. Yeah, if it was going to be like a community thing and people wanted to manage it, and to be honest, I've never ran a Discord or anything like that, but I wouldn't be against it, as long as it doesn't take up too much of my time. Is the answer. Yeah, no, I'm fully aware that I can set up mods. It's just, yeah, it depends how much input I have to have into it. But yeah, I again wouldn't be against it. As long as it doesn't take up too much of my time. NFTs and the explosion on them right now. NFTs, I think it's really interesting. More like also just from like a technology standpoint, like I'm very nerdy, right? So like I think it's really interesting technology. I bought an NFT. I don't think I can take the camera out here. But I had it printed and put up on a wall. So I'm not like hugely active. Like I'm part of like a group in the war room, where they're always buying NFTs. And there was a guy, I think he made about $3 million actually off an NFT. They invested about 200K. I can't remember what it was. They turned it into about 3 million in a couple of hours. So I think it's a really interesting space. And there's also some NFTs that are being launched in Georgia. I was asked to do like the promotion for them, but again, it was just like a time thing. I didn't go ahead with it in the end, but really interesting space. Definitely something worth keeping an eye on, if not deploying capital and actually actively investing in. I think there's a ton of opportunity. Yeah, go for it. Feel free to put the link in there. Will I sell my best growth hacking tips to us? Chris, that is a very interesting question, and generally I do. This guy's back again. I'm always happy to share the best growth hacking things that I have, as long as it doesn't negatively impact me, right? It's like a self-preservation thing. So if I spend a long time researching, setting and building something up, and it is working very well for me, I don't want to then jeopardize that by sharing it away. Like, for example, that is the same thing on like these affiliate things, that I'm happy to give away the formula of how to do it. Do I necessarily want to give away the direct ins and outs of what I'm doing to allow someone else to create a direct competitor to me? It depends what it is. If there's room in the market for competition, personally, I don't mind that much. If there's but on a lot of things there aren't, and I will have invested a lot of time doing it. So exactly. I will give away the formula, and like when I made the affiliate marketing video, I'm telling you what to do and giving like the specifics of it, but also a lot of it you have to have like your own thought process behind it. Like, you don't want to just be copying exactly what I'm doing. Like, there are probably a ton, in fact not probably, there are a ton of other opportunities like the ones that I've been doing that I'm just not even aware of. These are just things that I'm involved in right now, and affiliate opportunities that I've seen that I've decided to build. But so just by giving you the template, and you know your business and you'll know industries that I'm not even aware of and have no knowledge of, you should then sort of use the like templates and like playbooks, let's call them, like a growth hacking playbook to modify them and have ideas on what you can put into them. And also, I think that if I'm okay, exactly. And I've also, like, more for your benefit or for everyone else's benefit. If you give someone all of the answers, they don't really see any like development themselves. Whereas I think like the best thing that you can have is the mindset to be able to come up with these ideas yourself. So what I would try to do is build out these templates that you can, I don't know, hopefully inspire some type of ways that you can monetize. Of ways that you can make money. And the same goes for like growth hacking. And one thing that I was thinking of doing is making some sort of like pre-built components on Integromat. So for example, like growth is split across like the 5 stages, right? Acquisition, activation, revenue, retention, referrals. So what I could do is, and I've like tested this a lot across various different businesses, and you could sort of build out pre-built components like an onboarding component, automated emails that someone can plug into their CRM, and so that they would be like the types of things that I would do if you're looking to like not think about anything at all. For example, it would be like all the copywriting would be done for you in the email, and it's just telling you where to insert it and how to use it. That would be the only type of things that I would do, but they're generally a bit more like generic. Anyway, sorry, I'm falling behind on this chat. Yeah, I mean, look, okay, again, if you're talking about like a course, I have no issue in like creating the content, but it's, generally I'll try to like play to my strengths and the things that I know, and I've never gone over like, I've never made a course, so I've never written out a course or worked on course structure or anything like that. And a lot of the things that I have like knowledge in, generally I only make videos on things that I find interesting. So like, and it's a perfect example is this YouTube channel, right? I make very niche, very specific videos. Whereas if I wanted to like explode this channel, it would be much more generic stuff. How to set up a Facebook ads campaign, how to set up a Shopify store, how to do a Google ads campaign. You're going in at like the basics, right? Because that is where most people are, and it's where most of the YouTube searches are. And I know that, I'm fully aware of it. I, however, am much more happy making very niche, specific videos on quite advanced marketing automation and various other topics as well that I'm interested in, rather than building out a course or like a channel just purely for, like, I have my income streams already. I make money already. If it was like if it was like a very interesting course, maybe if it was something that I was actively interested in, then perhaps I would do. You can email me the link if you want, Nathan@notifier.io, and I'll share it in there for you. The only other thing, sorry, as well, just going on to building out a community in Discord is in fact, I personally don't care. I'm happy to make it free, but like the one good thing about having like the war room and their fee being so high, not that I want to do a high fee for anything, but it just makes sure, as I said, that you're attracting a high caliber of person. Um, Rather than if it's like free, like we just get guys like this guy trying to spam his love face business. How old are you? I'm 26 years old. I turned 26 about 4 months ago. What's the best thing in Georgia? What is the best thing in Georgia? Food, no. Food's very unhealthy here. I would say weather. Weather in Georgia. Anna, you're like the worst thing in Georgia. My life got significantly worse since I met you.
No one asked the question.
Leave me alone. Best thing in Georgia for me is the weather, and it was actually the first reason that I moved here. I got off in I was in London, and it was like very rainy, and then when I came to Georgia and it was all sunny and tropical and green and very nice, it is a big motivation to be out here. It is tropical, it's very green. Georgia is a tropical place. You've got a botanical garden, it needs a tropical environment to be botanical. That is the Discord link. How did it feel to leave your family and friends? We'll get a little bit personal now. I was never very close with my family. I was adopted, and there was always like so I grew up with my adopted parents until all my life, right? I was adopted at 0. So, but we were never like that close, and we would definitely like argue a lot and fight a lot. But ever since, partly because I'm older as well and like more mature now than back then, but ever since like having like a bit of distance, my relationship with my family has like improved so much. And so yeah, like for me it was like a massive positive. Like whilst I was in the UK and around them all the time, we were never that close, and we would argue a lot. And now that I'm just like this, what distance causes, right? Absence makes the heart grow fonder. So I will yeah, now like I have a feeling that like I miss my parents and I was excited. I went back to them like a couple of months ago. I went back no, last month, sorry. I was back in London for a couple of weeks and it was really good to be with them. So being in a different country has been a positive thing for my relationships with my family. We had a family dog at home that I miss quite a lot. Um, and in terms of like friends, most of my friends are like quite international. They fly around and they they're quite international. Generally, most of them are entrepreneurs as well. So and you look, we're so connected in this day and age, right? You can just have a FaceTime call, WhatsApp call, anything like that. So yeah, you're just so well connected. So there was never really anything with friends. Like you just go and fly out and meet them. Or like whenever I go back home, yeah, I just go and see them again. So um, with friends, yeah, it was never really an issue. And like you meet people out here as well. Adopted parents were super successful. No, they they're both very clever. I'll give them that. Like my father was, he was offered a place at Cambridge University, but he didn't take it. They're both academics, both academic and not street smart. Maybe is the right word. They but they're very clever, but they never really did anything with it. And they're just there's like middle class, middle class people. My mother was also offered a place in an investment bank when she was very young, which she turned down. She worked in government because she wanted to help the world and make the world a better place. Very really smart woman, but just never they never really pursued anything to to make money, let's say. Like they both worked in government for a long time, and then my father worked into like bespoke furniture manufacturing, like making they did like Gordon Ramsay's kitchen, so very like high end furniture, but they never did anything to, I don't know, achieve like to really like make a load of money. But yeah, they're both very clever. Um, Best books for advanced marketing. Uh, hmm. Depends what type of marketing. Things that I don't know, for conversion rate optimization, like making websites win, is not even like so advanced. It's written in such a simple and clear way. Really good book. Definitely recommend reading that. $100 million offers by, forget his name now. Very muscular guy with very long hair. So poor Alex, I've forgotten his name. Anyway, he's got a YouTube channel also worth looking at. Really interesting entrepreneur. Um, that is a fantastic book on like offers and positioning your ads. And I think it's about $1 on Amazon. He makes about $80 million a year, so he doesn't. The book isn't for profit. He's selling it for $1, so definitely worth picking up and reading. Um, Other than that, I think like Expert Secrets, Traffic Secrets, like the Secrets trilogy, I think it is, also worth reading. Um, Other than that, for me, marketing, making websites win by conversion rate experts. They're probably the best company in the world at conversion rate optimization. They do stuff for Amazon, for Apple. One of the co-founders was a scientist from Cambridge as well, I think it was, and they have such a fantastic process for optimizing websites. Really worth reading. Other than that, with like marketing stuff, I think a lot of it comes from experience. So I love reading about marketing and getting some inspiration and so on. But often I really like building things, running tests and experiments myself, and I think a lot of it just comes from experience of trying marketing a lot of different products, trying different acquisition channels, and then simultaneously, like one of the habits that I have every day is to research things that I'm currently interested in. So whatever different area of marketing or channel of marketing it can be, I have a habit to read a minimum of 2 pages on that specific subject, preferably from like an expert in the field, right? So that's quite a good way of doing it. I don't think we can call it coding. I was been talking for about the past hour. I'm building out a personal website, which will be Nathan Aston or nathanaston.com. It's built it's built with Nuxt.js and it's built with Airtable as a back end. And what I'm going to do is basically just release a load of different things that people are often asking for, like perhaps some Integromat templates. People seem like quite interested in OnlyFans, and I've been writing up like a lot of documentation on the OnlyFans business. That just various different things, anything that people are interested in. I'm also thinking of renting my LinkedIn accounts out, so it will just be like almost like a marketplace of things that can be sold, like mainly things that you guys are interested in and asking me about or asking me for. Um, yeah, and I may even sell some of my LinkedIn accounts actually. So yeah, that's what we're building. It's a personal website that's going to have like a online store on it, and as well, it's going to have some information about all the projects and things that I'm currently working on. You truly like it. Do you spend any time playing games or screwing around? Yes, I not games, but I used to play a lot of games. I used to when I was I played a game called RuneScape, if you're familiar with it, which was like an online game that had its own economy, and that was probably my first ever signs of entrepreneurship. I set up a gambling business within that game, which was against the rules. I became really quite rich actually. For like it had its own economy within this game, so I became quite rich in there when I was about 14 or 15, and ended up selling all of the money. So I made about 6 billion of this currency in this virtual game, and then sold it for about $6,000 in real world money. When I eventually quit the game, I played it for a long time though. And yeah, look, okay, if you know it, life is almost something like that. You have various different skills, and you level them up, right? Which is exactly what RuneScape was. And like the higher level you got, the easier it was to make money, the faster it was to make money. Do I play any games now? No, except for chess. But I think that's not really what you're asking. But I love playing chess. And then I also used to play a lot of Call of Duty as well when I was about 14 or 15. We used to play like semi-professionally on, what was the name of that website? Battleground. I can't remember what it was, but me and my friend used to play, and we would do quite well on like Great Britain doubles, with like 2 versus 2. And I told my parents, because I was really, really quite good, very good in fact, at Call of Duty. I asked my parents to buy me it was called a capture card. HD PVR was the name of it, and like now they're available everywhere, and they're like much cheaper. But you would plug it into your Xbox, and it would like record the screen. So I originally wanted to start making YouTube videos and become a professional gamer. And yeah, but my parents said no, because they obviously didn't believe that. They thought like professional gamer, like what's he talking about? And of course, like one of the most famous guys in the UK now came as a professional gamer. KSI, right? He was just recording FIFA games, and it was a lack of understanding from, like, they thought I was like talking rubbish as a child when I was telling them people are making an income online just recording themselves playing games, and my parents are thinking like, who's watching people play games online? Like, who's got time for that? Of course, like this was before Twitch, or maybe Twitch had started, but it wasn't very big. And now it's a huge industry, huge industry. So yeah, I could have gone down a very different path if they had bought me a video capture card. Right, let's figure out this problem. B2B or B2C marketing. B2B I like because you generally have a lot more budget to play with to acquire a customer, but that is the only reason that I prefer it. Having a larger budget to play with to acquire a customer just allows you to be more creative with how you can go about acquiring new customers, because of course you have a higher budget. So as a general rule, a B2B customer is going to be higher value than B2C. So that it's for no other reason aside from that. Like, the more money you have to play with, the more interesting and creative you can get in how you acquire customers. So if you have a service where you can afford to pay like $1,000, $2,000, even more on acquiring a single customer, it really opens it just opens the level of creativeness that you can have. B2B tools. For what channels? Yeah, what are you trying to track? But like in terms of B2B as well, like LinkedIn for me is such a great platform, despite the limits and so on. From ad to paying customer tracking. Hyros, I do know of, although I've never actually used it, but I have heard good things about it. The other thing that you could look at is you could technically build out your own. It just depends how much money you want to spend. I think Hyros is like $4,000, and they actually offer you a 90-day guarantee if you don't see an improvement on your. It could even be if you don't see return on investment, or if you don't see an improvement, that it's free. So that's a pretty good good guarantee to go with. Try it out, definitely. I actually did build out my own version of Hyros at one point using like segment and IP addresses, which is segment, IP addresses, and what else was I using? Email tracking, I think it was. Because segment will automatically tell you where the customer has come from. But was it worth saving $4,000 on? Probably not. I would just go and just pay the fee. Like it guess it depends on how much money, how big your campaign is. But assuming you're spending a decent amount of money on a campaign, yeah, it's probably worth spending on. Yeah, there's a ton of like perhaps you could even look into like device IDs. Like there's loads of ways that you can associate an individual with a conversion. So how much are you spending per month on ads? Yeah, okay. I would check out what their guarantee is. I mean, maybe for higher us, you need to be spending. Like, can you scale the acquisition? Can you scale up your ads campaign? Shortcut for Slapdash, I have it set to Command J, but it's just personal preference. You can set it on onto whatever you want. Um, yeah, I know. So I use Command Space is linked to Alfred, and Slapdash I just have on Command J, but yeah, put on whatever you want. Um, Advice for growing Twitter accounts, I would still do like follow on follow. Works quite well. Also, just I like what is the Twitter account for example? What niche is it? What is Alfred? Alfred is a it's a oh God, it's like a workflow process manager. Like the UI is isn't that good, but it's really powerful. So you can, in fact, I'm now on this new M1 Max laptop, and it's not fully set up. But on the old one, I had a load of different workflows. So what you can do is, let's try. Okay, so we can do like a hotkey, for example, of I used to have one to launch Google Ads. If I would hit Command Shift G, um, I can, like, let's say if you're running multiple different projects, I can then get it to open up everything. So I used to have one on Google Ads where it would open um, a specific web page for me, and it would open like a folder. It would open my Google Ads. It would open my other Google Ads tracking tool, and yeah, and that was one thing that I used to do. I've just thought as well. Where are you spending um, on this ad tracking? What's this on? Facebook or Google? Um, LinkedIn. LinkedIn. I've never actually run any paid ads on LinkedIn. They haven't got a pixel. Yeah, they have a conversion tracking tag. Is it not good? sorry, I missed Daniel. Sorry, for Twitter accounts. So for so for OnlyFans is they're quite easy. I mean, I say that I'm still at very like early stages, but I've not been that consistent with it, to be honest. I So this is one OnlyFans that I made. I can't even show this. I'm sorry. I don't want I don't want the thing to get taken down. I scraped like a database of OnlyFans girls, and this automatically posts their content every single day. It will do about 3 or 4 tweets per day. So like that's one way to do it, and then you can just put a few hashtags on there, and this will gain a couple um, of like new followers per day, and like retweets as well, particularly if they're good looking girls. And then the other thing that you can do is there's this tool where I can go on to, for example, this. I hope YouTube doesn't take this down. I can just click follow all, and this is like the free one, and it will just go through and follow like 50 profiles there, and it will return some of them will come back and follow me. So that's like just the most basic thing to do, really easy way to do it. In terms of SaaS, what I would look at doing is an affiliate platform I've been thinking of. What's the tool called? Superpowers for Twitter. It's a free Chrome extension. What I was thinking of doing is scraping all of the just loads of SaaS products, and like this things like this have sort of been done already, but just putting affiliate links on them. And then if you wanted to grow out the Twitter account, you would have, for goodness sake, you would have a database of, it's getting even worse. You would have a database of this content where you can just make such a simple integromat automation where you have all of this information stored in Airtable, and you're just promoting on, like they have that. I'll even show you what I built. I can't open Twitter. We're going to get taken down here. Fans-based Twitter auto poster. So I have a database. I'll just open up for you now. OnlyFans management. So I scraped up. This is one database of about 5. This has like 50,000 girls in. So we're only scraping publicly available information. We're scraping their profile picture, and we're scraping the like the header image, the banner image, the background image, whatever you want to call it. So these are all here, and it's such a simple automation. I've sorted them by how many likes they have on OnlyFans, so hopefully it will give like the most popular girls to start off with. And literally all it's doing, grabbing this from Airtable, download the background image, download the profile picture, create a tweet, OnlyFans name, come and check out OnlyFans, link to OnlyFans, come and check out OnlyFans name, and then like this is literally terrible hashtags as well. And then it just has a link, it embeds the background image and the profile picture. So there's currently 33,000 tweets queued up here, and this took me like 5 minutes to build, literally 5 minutes. So you'll have a few different ways of monetizing this if this does actually work. A lot of the OnlyFans models will pay to be promoted on some of these bigger Twitter pages. So if you get this up to like 100,000 followers, for example, then you'll have a way of monetizing it there. Plus, on every single one of these tweets, it's got my referral code attached, and OnlyFans will give you 5% of any amount of money that they spend. Or even better, if you sign up a creator, you've got no control over this. But if a girl clicks through on your link and decides to start creating content on OnlyFans, you will earn 5% commission on her earnings for life. So if, it's quite a low chance, but if she does end up being one of these girls doing like 100K a month, you'll be earning 5K a month for posting a tweet. So this is a bit of, I don't know, let's call it a lottery ticket affiliate scheme, but for 5 minutes of time to set this up, because I had all the OnlyFans data already, it was well worth it. Best place to learn Integromat. You're already in the best place to learn Integromat, I think. Like, I have some old videos with some more simple stuff on Integromat, and if there's anything that isn't clear on how to get started with Integromat, just message me on what it is you're struggling with, and I'll make a video on it. Integromat, I absolutely love. It's my favorite platform, and just anything is possible with it. Like, what you're seeing here, and then like the whole Notion system, it is like Integromat adds a layer of what is possible with these applications. Yeah. So with that's exactly what it is. It's social media marketing of OnlyFans, and that is exactly what you're offering the girls. Um, when you're managing the girls, they have no experience in marketing or business. Most of them, right? They're like a cute girl, and maybe they have a few followers on Instagram, but that's as far as as far as it goes. So when you're coming in, offering in a very professional way, right, to manage and promote the girls on OnlyFans as a social media marketing agency, you say we're a social media marketing agency that specializes in OnlyFans promotion. That is how you're able to charge a percentage from the girls' income. Because they haven't got a clue in most cases. Why not create Tinder accounts with Integromat? So Integromat is you're integrating you're integrating things together, but they have to have been created already. And the issue you will also find is so you need a way of actually executing what you want automated. Integromat won't offer that for you. All they are doing is plugging in different tools that already exist together. That is all Integromat is. Hence the name. It's a play on words to integrate tools, right? You are integrating things that exist already. So if you wanted to automate building Tinder accounts, you would need to build, like, it's perfectly possible, but you will have to build it. You will have to write a script to automate the creation of Tinder accounts. And I saw a few things that existed. And if this does work and I want to push this out at like a large scale, it definitely makes sense to look into automating the process. But whilst it's at such an early stage, it makes much more sense to hire people to build for you, to make the accounts for you, rather than spending a few $1,000s on making like a Tinder automation tool, when if you don't even know the acquisition channel works yet. Often it makes much more sense to do it manually first on a small scale, test it, and then if it does work, then you automate, not the other way around. OnlyFans modules to growth hacking, it would be so much easier. So I was like, yeah, it would be. To be honest, if people wanted to start making OnlyFans, if people are listening to what I'm saying and think it's interesting and start making OnlyFans agencies as well, I can definitely make some of the things that I've built public. For example, even like the direct messages and welcome messages that you use to convert the the new members into paying subscribers, and not only that, how you actually get the most money out of them. Exactly, and that, I think you are right there. if people are interested for the wrong reasons, I just don't think that you're not going to make any money. You almost have to be like very disciplined, and like you you're not managing the OnlyFans girls to look at like naked girls all day. It's like it is a business, and it has to be treated as so. And also, I don't know, like the old drug dealer saying is like, don't get high on your own supply. Like, I think it's much better to, yeah, not to get into it for that reason. Um, you want to be in it to make money. Yeah, maybe I will make a or like just to sell people like pre-made Tinder accounts would potentially be another way of doing it. Um, yeah, I'll think about putting something together. Yeah, I mean, if you are like, if you need girls to promote, I have three girls currently under management. Two of them are a little bit, and one of them is a bit difficult to work with. The other two are quite good. But if you want someone to promote and test, look, I'm happy to look at some um, partnership. But to be honest, finding the girls is really very easy. It's the easiest part of it. The harder part is the marketing, because there's so much variation on when someone is willing to pay money for adult content. There is a world of adult content out there, and so it's a case of what separates your girl um, from everything else. Okay, look, if you've got a problem finding them, that's the last problem I have. I can find you about 50 OnlyFans girls today. That is fine. Okay, I'll give you some girls to promote. Um, no, so there's no requirement for you're offering them a level of anonymity. So, I mean, of course, like it's going to be like quite ruthless, right? But you only want to work with like attractive girls. Otherwise, you're sort of making the job harder for yourself. Um, so that would be like, that would be like the first point. But then again, what is attractiveness is completely subjective. If you go deep enough in Twitter, because I've been researching this, trust me, I know, there are some, you have to like niche down and be very specific on the audience, and there is demand for everything. I think we can just put it that way. No, I would not recommend finding them on Instagram. Like you will, I mean, by all means try it, but look, these girls get a ton of messages, and you're going to be, yeah, I try it, but it's not the approach that I would take. Um, yeah, no, so sorry, what you're offering is actually anonymity for the girls. So you're creating a second persona for them. Almost, let's call it like, a porn star will use a fake name, right? You are protecting their like identity by making a new online identity for them. And OnlyFans are completely fine with you using like a stage name. You upload a real version of the girl's passport with her real name, but they're completely fine with you using a fake name and so on. So I have no requirement in terms of followers on Instagram, because I'm making everything from scratch. In terms of what you would look for, it's much easier to promote girls. Like, this is just the rules of the game, like the rules of the market. It's much easier to promote girls who have big boobs and big bums, because it just performs very well. TikTok, I've been playing around with quite a lot recently, and like the results there are really, really quite good. And if you look at some of the competitors, other girls who are doing this, like they all have huge boobs. So it's just so easy to that would be something. If I was going to have a requirement, I think it would make the job much easier. Yeah, by all means, send me an email. Like I can make you an OnlyFans. In fact, I've got one that I can give with give to you that I'm not currently promoting, um, I'll just give you the details and you can just go ahead and promote it. But yeah, feel free to send me an email. Uh, so I'm literally just working with them on a percentage basis. Like I will work with them on 50% commission. Um, if Unless it was like a girl who was happy to promote using her existing audience and she had like a lot of followers, that it would be quite easy to monetize. Maybe I would drop down to like 25, but generally it's just like flat 50%, 50% commission. And like I have like a contract and everything with them, so they are basically signed to my modeling agency, and we own the content that is taken during that period of time. So if they choose to quit, we won't continue promoting the page, but all of the existing subscriptions they will remain, and we have the rights to all of the photos and content, because that was the biggest risk that I saw with it, is that you invest a load of time in promoting a girl, and then she changes her mind, or she gets like a boyfriend, like whatever it is, and she decides to quit, whereas you've just invested a load of money um, in in promoting her. So that was like the thing that I was quite adamant on. Uh, do you own the account? Yeah, like you are the one who makes the account. Although technically, I'm pretty sure if she messages into if there was like some dispute and she messages into OnlyFans, um, that that someone's using her account, that she will win. But like I have a copy of all of their passports and so on. Yeah, you just need a lawyer to write up the contract for you. That's all it is. you store wealth? In mostly in like crypto projects, to be honest. Like I think it's just such a just a really easy way to like multiply your income with doing very little. Of course, like there are some risks associated with let's like decentralized finance in general, right? A big benefit is that you own your money, but also a big negative is you own your money. So if you lose it, you have truly lost it. Um, so, but yeah, like generally, I will just put all money either in reinvesting back into my own businesses or, um, but like probably about half of my net worth is in crypto. The rest of it is in cars, property, and then I will like sit on a little bit of cash as well. But I try not to have too much actual money in the bank because you can just get carried away so easily. You think you're a lot richer than you are, and you're just spending on pointless things. Future plans for Notifier. I would love to go back onto Notifier. And like I have actually made a few little behind the scenes changes just without announcing them. It's it's something that I would love to do, but I can't give like a time commitment to it right now. I had someone reach out the other day actually about asking if I would sell Notifier, and I just said to them that I would like engage in a call. So it's quite open. Like I would really like to see it like be pushed forward. The problem with it is it's built in it's built in programming languages I don't understand, so I can't have much involvement in it, and it needs yeah, it's just like beyond me. So it needs like a team and full-time management in order to really push it forward. What crypto investments do you automate your wealth into? It will be based off of calls that come in to the war room. Like if you want to know what I'm invested in right now, this will be. Let's capture this. I don't even know if you can see it. I'll list them out to you. I have $61,000 in RAN, $18,000 in CVX, $15,000 in XDB. Those top three really interesting projects. Really interesting. And I will hold on to them for like a while. Olympus is like pays out about 5,000% interest per year. I've put $14,000 in there. I've put 8,000 in Ethereum. Wonderland Time wouldn't really recommend, to be honest, but I've got about 7k in there, and then just I don't know 4.6 in Bitcoin, and just a little bit of money in a few other projects. But that's like the main bulk of my portfolio, and like the market's down at the moment, so I just keep topping up when like I'm very positive on like the coin, the first three coins that I listed there. So whenever the price goes down, I invest more money. What's this forum? War Room is someone was asking me about it earlier, which is just why I mentioned it. It's a members group. It's about $6,000 a year, and they're focused on basic on personal development and making a lot of money. I think it's the easiest way to describe it. How is Nath performing as a business? As a business, considering it's had no attention at all for a long time, it's doing very well. It still takes on customers. We still sell lifetime deals. I think it does about $2,500, $3,000 per month. Yeah, much better than I expected. It's purely I'm just not quite sure what to do with it, and I'm not sure that I'm ready to commit to give it the level of. And I can't give it the level of attention that it needs right now, and I'm starting to think on what the best way to approach that is. Should I sell a percentage of it and let someone else take over, and I move into like an advisory oversight type position, or yeah, it's something that I am actively thinking about, though, but I just haven't answered that question. It's really not bad actually. Like, yeah, it's Georgia's like a small country, right? And almost just with any virus, uh, I think it's easier for them to like maintain it, but it has had quite a high death rate, one of the highest in the world actually. And I personally think it's because there's quite a lot of pollution in Georgia, which is obviously going to have like a negative impact on the lungs, especially over the years. Even to this day, there's still a lot of old Soviet cars that you'll see like going around the road with like not too frequently, but you do definitely see them, and they'll just have like few like black smoke coming out the back of them. So it's nothing like Europe in that point of view. So I think that's one problem. It's like generally the health isn't so great here. Um, but other than that, like they were one of the first countries in the world to like respond to COVID, and that they like shut off the borders, and I think they did quite a good job there. At the moment, though, for me, if everything's open and you just need like your little COVID pass to go into restaurants and so on. So um, I haven't got any complaints. I had a few complaints with the Georgian government before because it took them ages to sort out my COVID pass. But other than that, yeah, nothing major to report. No, no. It's not like that at all. It's no, I don't think that's the case. Like some people will leave, and I don't think every girl wants to leave to a Western country. I think generally that Georgians are very quite proud people. And Georgia does also have like a European feel. Like I'll just make that quite clear. Maybe even more European than some countries in Eastern Europe. I have one sitting behind me, in fact. And yeah, I went through it the other day because I was questioning how good it actually is. And when I looked at like the filter inside it, it's just say it's definitely working. But yeah, it's really good invention actually. Yes, yeah, it's definitely valid as a SaaS. I actually used to have one years ago, but I think the problem you'll find now is there are so many solutions available. You're just you're entering into a market that is like dominated by some really good solutions that just already work very well. So like, what is it that you're bringing to the table as an Instagram auto posting software that they're not already, and also how are you going to acquire customers? Um, like there's like Hopper HQ, I know not Hopper, later.com, like their SEO strategy, you can actually check it is unbelievable. They are just dominating SEO for almost anything related to social media, and they're an Instagram post scheduling platform. So the question you have to ask is, I just like how are you going to compete, and just be very honest with yourself. It's the yeah, just don't invest your time into something where you're going to be fighting like an uphill battle, right? Which, in my opinion, just because of how well known these other brands are that have been around for ages, Buffer, Hootsuite, etc., you're just going to be really fighting an uphill battle. Not that you can't make some money, not that it's not possible, but just make sure you're working on something on like the something worth investing that time and effort into. No problem. I think there's actually I don't know if it still works, but I think there's like a white label Instagram auto posting SaaS on CodeCanyon.com. I don't know if it still works. It was years ago, but you could check there, yeah, if you do plan to go ahead with it. If you were going to build out a SaaS, something that constantly is popping up is people having problems with their ad tracking. And in fact, we were talking about this earlier. And like Hyros is like the only solution currently available, but it costs about $4,000, which for like anyone who's spending, I don't know, under 25K maybe, it's a lot of money. Um, I think a good idea for a SaaS business, particularly given like the new restrictions in iOS 14, I think it was, Safari and so on, blocking tracking. I think a good solution is to think of a really good, or to build a really good software tracking service, something like Hyros, but a little bit cheaper, monthly subscriptions, where you're going after the smaller advertisers. Because right now, like Google Ads, as I know they're reporting, really wasn't working so well. Facebook I've not used in a long time, but because people are new browsers are just blocking JavaScript and cookies across domains, it's becoming much harder for advertisers to track. So I think that is a fantastic idea, and that's something that I would go down building if you're looking to actually build a new SaaS from scratch. house cost in Georgia? It's like same as ever. So price per square meter for the apartment that I bought was about $1,500, and but that would, I think that would be quite expensive considered for Georgia, because it's like a premium apartment company. Like, I think it actually has a reputation as being a company that sells apartments to rich foreigners or rich Georgians anyway. Um, and like they're making a swimming pool downstairs, at least so they say. And it's in a really good location. I really like it here. So that would be like high end of the real estate market here. Would be like $1,500 per square meter. In fact, I paid a little bit more than that, about 1,600 or 700, for a 110 square meter apartment in a good location. I really like it. But you can definitely find much cheaper. The further outside the city you go, you will pay about $200 a month for rent. Do I plan on moving to another country? For now, Georgia will be my base. I'm quite happy having Georgia as a base, but I plan on spending less time here. So I will remain in Georgia for about 6 months of the year to maintain my tax status. But I would love to do like some traveling again. Because of COVID and everything like that, it like restricted your movement. Um, yeah, I'm not surprised. London is very expensive as well. But of course, like it depends where in Sydney. I would imagine, right? If you're looking at like city centre, like prime location, it's going to be very expensive. Whereas I'm not like right in the city centre. I'm in like a good location, let's say, but not right in the middle of the city. But yeah, Georgia is cheap. Like if you want a comparison, I don't know how expensive Sydney is, but as a comparison to London, everything is about a third of the price, in Georgia, except for a few little things like, I don't know, a cappuccino. In fact, maybe it even is in London. I think a cappuccino is like £5 at the moment. Yeah, a good average is a good um, rule of thumb is that it's about a third of the price of like London or like a major EU city. Lead capture, LinkedIn, WhatsApp. What do you mean? Sorry, you want to capture leads from LinkedIn and get the phone numbers on to take them over to WhatsApp, or just explain a little bit more. I didn't quite understand what you're trying to do. Why did I put on not AppSumo? AppSumo charge about 60% of um, of the deal, and it's just, yeah, for me, it's just too much. In fact, I think it was more than that, but it was just it was too high. I just wasn't prepared to give that much of a percentage. Whereas, no, yeah, sorry, it's way more than I think it's about 80%. You received about 20% of your of the sales of your own product, and yeah, it just wasn't worth it. I actually had them like reach out to me again, but again, like with like lifetime deals, I would sell your own lifetime deal. I would do it directly. Yeah, which is what I currently do, and I think it's much better. Whereas, yeah, I like that. That's what I would do. I don't think it warrants giving away such a high percentage, for compared to the type of value that they bring and the promotion that you can just do yourself. And on top of that, like they will limit you from doing another lifetime deal for a period of time. Yeah, I would just run it yourself if you do a lifetime deal like we did with growth hacking, and it was because like what really happens is you run a lifetime deal, and if you get the money yourself, not to pay yourself a salary or something like that, but to reinvest back into the business, it's good. It's really good. But what happens is in we did about I think we did about $80,000. We did two lifetime deals. The first one that we did about 36,000, but I also only received less than half of it. They take 50%, and then there's a 5% transaction fee for them to even transfer the money to you. And all of the money, SaaS is expensive. It's an expensive business. It's the one thing to be like to be aware of. Like hiring developers, no matter where you are in the world, isn't that cheap. So all of the money that was made was reinvested back into Notify. It just gets eaten up very very quickly. Whereas of course, if you're actually taking that money yourself, you have double the amount of capital to deploy within your own business. So I personally think that a lot of the reason that people are like unhappy, often with just in my opinion, I would run lifetime deals and stuff. Like SaaS Mantra, I really liked. Sorry, they were good to work with, but just I wouldn't do it again. Do I buy any lifetime deals? No, I personally don't buy any lifetime deals. I think the only one that I've ever bought is an email verification tool, which also just turned out wasn't that good. And the problem with the other problem with like the lifetime deal community, and like again we can talk about this as well. There's a really good book called Selling to the Affluent, which talks about selling your products to like rich people. Whereas if you try and sell your products to people who are looking for a bargain, you're going to they sort of want everything for nothing. That's again it's quite a big generalization, but generally it's true. I find the highest spending customers that I have are the easiest to work with. Like across all businesses, across all the businesses I've run, the highest spending customers I have are the easiest to work with. The people who are looking for like a bargain, for example, like we used to do a notifier was like $9 per widget. And there was like a time I made the mistake of offering 50% off. And for $4.50 per month, this guy was paying. He was only using one widget, and he's looking for everything. Like, just just asking for so much stuff, and even just replying to one customer support message from him meant I was probably losing money. So, I I wouldn't go down that route. I would offer lifetime deals at the very start, if I was to launch a SaaS company now, I would offer a lifetime access. Like, for example, on what I'm about to build out now, a load of Integromat templates and so on, I will probably make a subscription where you get new templates every single month, and I'll probably offer like a lifetime deal where you get lifetime access. Anything that I publish on this website, nathaston.com, it's not built yet, but when I do publish on there, I would probably offer a lifetime deal where you will get access to everything. Like whenever I publish something new on there, or whenever I update something, you just get an automated email with a link through to it. But I would do that for raising early capital, and also this isn't a SaaS. But for like what I did with Notifier, where we had already like built something, and then yeah, they just expect, they really do expect everything. Like not all of them, but I'm very sorry to say, I'll probably upset the lifetime deal community if this gets back to them. But you're completely right. They demand everything. For paying a $60 fee, bearing in mind I only get half of it minus 5%. So for me to receive $27, they expect everything for life. Like, of course, for life. Sorry, the platform they get for life. That's completely fair. But the features and the requests and so on, because it's in their interests to do so. They have already paid you. They already have a great deal. They get the best deal if you make as many products as possible. And then if you release something which isn't included in their plan, for example, they will get very upset and very angry, which also it limits innovation, because it means that whenever you're building out a new product and you want to include it in a plan, some things are expensive to do. For example, like we wanted to do some really like deep integrated analytics and tracking, and to do this level of optimization, of even just pulling in this data and storing it, bearing in mind we process millions of requests per day. This isn't in talks of growth hacking, by the way. This is me talking about Notify, the lifetime deal that we did there. So we wanted to build out like a analytics, and like on the growth hacking lifetime deal, I did that the right way. We ran that lifetime deal ourselves. So all of the money that we received, we kept 100% of it, which we were then able to redeploy back into the business to build out the features, to actually build out the product. That's how the product was built. It was like almost like a Kickstarter program that we hosted ourselves. I'm talking about on Notifier, where I had already spent about 6 months to a year building a product and invested a load of money, and then I ran a lifetime deal. That was what I did wrong. So I've lost my train of thought now. Yeah, I would only do it at the very start of a business. Is like the best way to do it, like we did with growth hacking. For me, I have no regrets about that lifetime deal at all. It allowed us to build the product. People will benefit from it very well. Of course, as time goes on, they continue to get access to all of the features. So with a lifetime deal, as long as the business survives, then the user gets good value. But with Notifier, the mistake that I made is, like I said, it limited us in terms of what we could release, because any updates, you have to think, are we going to lose money on this because of like the lifetime deal community? So yeah, with like the level of tracking that we wanted to go to and integrate, we wanted to do like a very really integrated tracking that would offer like conversion rate optimization sort of built into it. It would have like a suggestion engine on what you can optimize on your website. Within the widgets, it would come up with suggestions for you on how you can optimize your conversion rate and so on. But because of like, we just ended up not building it because it just wouldn't have been workable to build out something so complex. And then if we, like, I had this situation before, if you like release it separately, telling the lifetime deal guys that they have to pay for it as like a separate feature, then they just start getting annoyed. So it was like, it's just a bit of a dilemma that we faced, that I faced. And it was a mistake on my part. I definitely learned from that lesson. Self-host your lifetime deals. Product hunt. I may have bought some adverts. I can't actually remember. Reddit. We used to do a lot. And yes, in fact, I think I did actually. I got a direct message from someone on the day of the product launch, which was quite a smart thing for them to do. And yeah, and I can't remember how many. Yeah, probably the number that you were saying. I think it was a few hundred. But Reddit, I used to do a lot of that as well, just buying upvotes, and it always worked very well. You can bring in huge amounts of traffic from Reddit, huge amounts of traffic. Um, how many days to make $1 million? How many days do I think it would take? You would need to make an average for it to take a year. How much you need? About $3,000 per day, right? Something like that. I think it's not out of the question to do it in a year, starting from scratch. I would try and do it in under a year. Technically, I don't actually need to earn $1 million through like labor. Essentially, I'm pretty sure I could earn 250 to 500K, and that would then just by investing it and multiplying the money, that is how I would actually make the $1 million. So I don't plan on earning directly through businesses. I'll make about $250,000, maybe 400K, and then multiply it from there through investing. So the faster I'm able to get initial income is going to have a significant impact on whether I achieve this goal or not. Because the sooner you start investing and multiplying the money, the easier it will be. No, I wouldn't just invest in crypto. I'm not tied to crypto, let's say. I would invest in whatever the best investment vehicle is, or whatever I see as the best investment vehicle at the time. So it's also worth noting I will be doing high risk investments. And I'm fine with that. For me, this is just like a fun side project. And I think the faster I get to a million is makes it more interesting, right? And so for that reason, I'm quite happy to put money into like very high risk investment. Not very high risk, like within reason. Like I will take on high risk investment. So basically, I will either achieve this very very quickly, or it will go completely wrong. And I'm fine either way. Like it's all, I don't know, for a little bit of fun for me, like a fun side project. But no, I wouldn't just invest in crypto. I will invest in whatever I believe can get me the highest returns at like the safest level. Basically, I'm not trying to be like stupid with the money, but I'm open to taking on high risk investments. Like for example, in like the DeFi space, you can invest in very like high yield. You can get like 60,000% APY returns. Whether it stays that high or not is a different question, and if the coin goes up and down or not is also another question. But there's definitely some money to be made there. What type of high risk? Like crypto is a high. It's a volatile market. It's considered high risk, and especially in like within the DeFi space, yeah, you are looking at high risk investment. Um, I like look. I will just. I'll share all of the investments that I make. That's absolutely not a problem. Like I haven't got a specific answer to your question right now. I guess is the answer. Right now, we've only made about $300. So like that, hopefully that will change once we launch this website. So we've made about $300, and it's not worth investing right now. That is being invested in the salaries of the two girls behind me to try to turn that into a OnlyFans business, which will then generate enough income, hopefully turn that into a few $1,000s and scale that out first. So I said in a video yesterday, I will always prefer to invest in something that I have control over first, like a local investment, something that I'm able to control. And then the only limit of that is usually there's going to be a certain amount you can scale to. There's going to be a certain amount of capital I can have deployed in investments I have direct control over. It can be 10,000, 50,000, 100,000, who knows? It depends how scalable the business is. But after that, if I'm sitting on money and it's not invested, then I should make sure that money is working for me. So, and the great thing about crypto is it's like you can invest as much money as you want, right? You can go in with billions. Unfortunately, I'm not going to have that problem, but that is when I will start to move into crypto. So the first thing to do is to set up my own streams of income locally, reinvest any money that does come in, and from there we start looking at crypto and other investment vehicles. That is now set up. Navigation bar. That is like the least of your problems. How did I find them? One of them has been working for me for about 2 years. Like I used to I had a company here that had like 140 employees. So which I sold quite recently. So it's not that you can find staff in Georgia. To answer the question directly, Anna was she was employed by a friend of mine, and then somehow we ended up like working together. Um, like she just worked on a few little tasks for me, and she's been with me like full time, on and off for a couple of years now. Tamta, who is sitting behind me, is she's been working for like a few days now. She came through a referral from someone who worked with me in the old company that I had with 140 employees. She was the head of HR, and like really, really, I respect her like a lot. She's very, very hard worker, really, very good. Um, but yeah, like you can hire through LinkedIn, through job portals as well, or also through your network. Depends what you're hiring for. Best way to find talented people depends what you're hiring for. Again, if you're hiring for developers, it's not that hard. If you're hiring for other things, it does get much harder, particularly if you want to like scale out the team. One of the biggest things with having like a large company here is to find people with like a good mindset. They're good people. Sorry, this not saying anything bad about the people who are working there, but to find people with like who have worked in startups, worked in fast growing businesses, digital businesses, and so on, it is really, really quite hard. Yeah, but if like you'll find a lot of good developers here, a lot of good developers. There's a marketing agency that I know here. I'm friends with the owner. They're pretty good. They do some interesting stuff. They were a customer of Notifier and Growth Hacking as well. But again, it really depends what you're hiring for, I think. But if you're looking to start like a people-based business, then yeah, I do think Georgia's quite a good option. What sports cars do I own? I have two of the exact same car. Um, there's two Jaguar F-Type Rs. It's like the highest spec F-Type you can get. They're about 580 horsepower. There's 0 to 60 miles per hour. I think it's like 3.2 seconds. They're very fast. They're great fun to drive. And I was looking at a few other things. I don't know, Porsche or something like that. But Jaguar F-Type just has a lot of personality. It is great, great fun to drive. So I have one of them I crashed. I have a white one and a black one. I crashed the white one and it was going to take a few months to repair. And I missed it so much that I had to buy a second one. So I bought a black one. And um, the other reason that I love the F-Type R is when I was like 18 or I was about 18 or 19, I used to have a job in recruitment working in sales, and my my boss, he had a black F-Type R, and he just said to me like one day, if you work hard, like you'll get a car like this, and he was like saying sort of in like a semi patronizing way. I had a good relationship with him. I used to make him a lot of money, so of course I did. But he was sort of talking like, oh, when you're I don't know 40, 45, 50, oh, like maybe one day you'll get a car like this. He was like 55, very wealthy guy, and so like that stuck with me for ages. It was one of my dreams for quite a few years, like not dreams, one of my goals to own a white Jaguar F-Type R, and so it was really nice to like tick that off of my bucket list, my goal list. So I will keep one forever. I think I love it so much, mainly because of that. I feel some real connection to it. So I will always like do all the repairs that are needed on it and so on. But the only one other negative of Georgia actually is that you can't get insurance at my age on supercars. There's no legal requirement for insurance here. And I was trying to get insurance on it, but everyone was just refusing. So I was driving without insurance. When I crashed it, it cost about $30,000 to repair. Uka, hi, happy new year. Been involved in any crypto projects? I just invest. I was invited to promote. Sorry, that was a question I missed. I was invited to work on an NFT project that was being released in Georgia. In fact, the guy that I know, he's the owner of that marketing agency. He asked me if I wanted to do it, but I've never promoted any NFTs before or any crypto-based projects before. So I would give it a go, but I just like the main thing I would do for it, if you're interested, is Reddit, Black Hat promotion on Reddit. I would be buying upvotes all over the place. Yeah, but I've never actually done any promotion of any crypto projects. But I think it's quite interesting. It's not to say I never would. And just going back onto the cars as well, like the other thing that I loved was like my old boss's car, like the story that I was saying, he was leasing is what we call it. So you are leasing it from a car company, and which is not a bad thing to do. In fact, it's probably a smarter thing to do. But like both of the cars, like I own them outright. Like they're paid for in cash. There's no loan. There's nothing on the cars. So like in the end, it feels good that I not only did I like achieve the goal, because I could have just borrowed the money to buy them or leased them for like a few hundred, or like $600, $700 per month, but I actually own both of them. They are my property. Yeah. Anyway, like if there's no comment. Yeah, like okay, it's nice to have like freedom and look, I've been there before as well. I'll see if I can bring up some like photos for you of I used to like really be like that on sorry, these are OnlyFans girls. I spent ages, like I said earlier, building a custom camper van, and I went traveling around Europe in it. I'll try and find some pictures now, and that was when like I was really focused on, oh, like I don't need anything. Like I can just live like a free guy in the back of this camper van. There's one picture of of what I built. Like that's in Croatia. I was like sleeping on a beach, just reading books the whole time. It was quite fun. And I traveled around Europe in it. I drove all around Europe in this camper van. And where's some other pictures? So anyway, like back when I was doing it, like I was really focused on not having any possessions, not being tied into anywhere as a location. But now I've changed my mentality. You know, I went traveling and did all the stuff where like you haven't got any ties to a location. It's good. You have a really nice sense of freedom. I completely agree. But then it's also nice to have a base that you can return to. So that is what Georgia is for me, is buying this property. I'm not tied here. In any major way. I don't have to be here. Like yeah, like the mortgage and things like that is really like nothing. So I still have all of my freedom. I can go off, I can go and travel the world and do all the things that I want to. And no matter what happens, I always have like a base here. And, you know, also even just like a sense of security for if there is like a global crisis, like here, I keep a month's supply of water, a month's supply of food, emergency um, power generators, just so if I ever do need an escape plan, there's like this is like my safe location, like my safe house, right? Um, yeah, okay, here we go. So this is what it was. It used to be a delivery van for a supermarket. So I bought it very, very cheap. Everyone was laughing at me when I purchased this. So from the outside, it looks like a completely normal transit, and like I did all of this myself by hand. So it's not like some mind. I'd never done anything like this before. So yeah, it just looks like an ordinary like construction worker builder's van, right? And then I that's a little window that I had to cut out the side of the van to put that in. You can see the tops. There's a black solar panel on the roof that brought in all of the power, and there were two batteries in there that it would charge. And this solar panel UV comes through clouds, so regardless of it being cloudy or not, you always had power. It was always charging. And I never had any problems just living off solar panel for months, whether I was in Norway when it was very cloudy or if I was in like Portugal where it was like really very sunny. Um, and yeah, this is what I built. I put in all like this wooden cladding, insulation to keep the heat in. It had running water. This is a little fridge at the back. The two batteries down here. That was a custom bed. Little map in case I got lost. Um, that was like a board for putting up pictures on. This was like a coat hanger thing. Like I had so much fun building this project, and this was after I'd been traveling, by the way, so it's a little bit battered. Like you can see the parts of the storage containers are missing. It was a memory foam bed as well. I had to have it custom made because it was like a weird sized bed. It wasn't a full size, so you had to like sleep diagonally across it. And yeah, this is gas cooker and running water. As I said, it's a bit damaged, so I'd already been traveling in it. This is when I sold it. Um, yeah, window there. Like this was such a fun project to build. It was so fun. And how much did I spend on this? I spent to buy the van. It was about £3,200, which I think was about $5,000 at the time, something like that. Then in total, I probably spent about £2,000 or £3,000 sorry, about £2,000 to do the whole van. I did everything myself, and it took me about a year. And I was just following this guide on YouTube, and I had a full-time job at the time, so I would just work on it on the weekends, on Saturday and Sunday. Well, there's something else going on here. On Saturdays and Sundays, I would work on it, like assuming the weather wasn't bad, and I learned so much stuff. It was a great project. It was really good fun. So I would do it again, but then again, like I did start to get like a sense of that I wanted like a fixed location, like a base. And that's what Georgia became for me. So it's good to still have the freedom to go off traveling and not be tied into to anything. But also like the cars, I just one of them I will sell, but like you need some like pleasure and enjoyment out of life. So like for me, like I love like these, not cars in general, but just these particular sports cars I absolutely love. But like for you it may be something else, and you should do some things just for pleasure. Not everything has to be like a logical decision. You need some fun in life, right? Some balance. So that's what the cars are for me. It wasn't a logical decision. If I had kept the money and invested it in crypto, I would be like 2 or 3 times richer. But I get so much love, like so much enjoyment out of the cars. cars that I don't have any regrets about it. Watches I also am a fan of, and there's some guys in here actually who are like, they are really into their watches. They spent about 250k on a Rolex. They're really into collecting their watches. Happy New Year. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, like that van as well. It was so good because from the outside it didn't look like a van. I could get away with sleeping anywhere in it because it just looked like a construction worker's van. I parked in the center of Paris. Um, I've literally just parked up on beaches and like literally anywhere that you saw, you could just stop and park up and sleep there, and that was what was so good. Yeah, yeah. Like to be, I'm also again, I'm not one of these like massively into like modifying cars. I don't even know that much about cars, but the sound of the F Type, yeah, is something for like a stock exhaust, right? For just buying it from the directly from the showroom, it's a fantastic sound. Is and that's what I mean about the car has so much personality compared to like a I don't know, a Porsche 911, which I've driven a few of. Um, I would always go with the F Type, even though I'm like on paper the 911 is like a better mechanical car. The F Type, it just has so much personality. Like you, yeah, I just love it. If anyone is in Georgia, feel free to send me a message and go out for a drive. How did I have showers? I would stop off at, um, I would go into a hotel I would rent a hotel or an Airbnb every night or every other night, depending on where I was. And I was traveling with my girlfriend, and girlfriend at the time, and we actually broke up whilst we were away because living out the back of a van isn't for everyone, let's say. So I had to buy her a flight back home. But yeah, I would go in hotels or Airbnbs every few days, and yeah, that was how we did things. But I literally drove all around. That van has been in about 30 different countries, driving around Europe. I took it absolutely everywhere. Up mountains in Norway. I got stuck on beaches in like the south of Italy, and I had half of this Italian village. Um, None of them spoke English, coming to pull me out and rescue me because the van was sinking into the sand. I have so many memories and fun tales. Uh, Luca, hi. I will get back to you on the offer. Like I saw it. Yeah, I'll send you an email back. I was reading over the offer, and I was just a little bit busy over New Year, so I didn't have time to respond. Um, yeah, and yeah, just going back onto the F Type R as well. Like on the new ones, they've tamed them down a little bit, quite a lot actually. Sorry, from what I've been told, and even the guys at Jaguar were recommending me to stick with both of mine are the 2015 model. So they're not new either, and it's still like it's quite like a raw feeling. Like it's just like an absolute beast. Even just being inside it, they're great fun to drive. Whereas like the new one, yeah, they've Jaguar was bought by a Japanese or Indian company. I can't quite remember. Anyway, they've been told that I was told they've really like tamed down the engine. Like it's not as crazy as the one that I have. So I've got no plans on buying the newer model. There's also a racetrack in Georgia, which is another like quite cool thing. So you can rent out this track to yourself for an hour for $60. And I don't even know how much it costs to rent an entire. Sorry, you have the whole track to yourself. It's I think it was good enough to be a Formula One track. I can't quite remember. It's called Ristavi International Race Park. You can have the whole track to yourself for $60. drive around as much as you want, as fast as you want, and I think it's quite rare to find a country where you can rent an entire racetrack to yourself for $60. How did I find Airtable? God, I'm pretty sure I came across it myself, and at the time, um, yeah, no, look, it's I completely the same as you, Andrew. I found it myself. I used to do a lot of data management through like not data man, like use a lot of spreadsheets and like Google Sheets and so on. And as far as I can remember, the only reason I actually moved to Airtable in the first place was because the rows were bigger. At the time, Google Sheets didn't have that customization. And my eyes would hurt from looking in such small cells for hours per day. It's the most stupid reason ever. Also, I like that you could edit the like on the status fields, right? You can make like the add little colors in them. But really, like the reason for me first discovering Airtable was it was just because of that, and I moved everything over and then got so deep into it. But yeah, I don't think anyone recommended it to me. Generally, most tools that I discover, there's a few things get recommended to me, but I'll just stumble across them myself whilst I don't know, but honestly, I can. It was so many years ago. I can't remember how I first came across it. I'm pretty sure it wasn't for a recommendation though. Generally, I'm quite like isolated from. I don't engage with any like entrepreneurship groups or things like that much. It's only in this past year that I've ever joined like a members. Aston's group. The benefits of an aged LinkedIn account are just that you're not going to get blocked, or you're much less likely to get the account blocked. So most of the accounts that I have, they're between 2 to 5 years old, whereas if you create a new account from scratch, LinkedIn just has their eyes on you, and like you'll just get blocked so easily. So it always at least a few months old you want, in my opinion. It's just going to save you headaches further down the line. Yeah, I also moved to Airtable for the UI. Also the filtering and views and stuff. Like for me, the deeper you get into Airtable, the more you love it. And yeah, you're completely right, Andrew. I also could not live without it. Like I literally build everything on top of it. It's such a versatile platform. Am I into biohacking? I am, but if you're asking, do I personally do any? I haven't got any crazy supplement stack or anything like that. I play around with supplementation. I've done like a steroid cycle before as well. A few years ago, that didn't go very well. And like I will take supplements every day, and I used to play around a bit more with like nootropics, modafinil, and so on. But these days I have quite a, let's call it like generic mainstream supplements that I will just take every day. But like I follow some biohackers. Not that I'd really call this biohacking, but I will go in like the sauna and steam room every day, which is like, it just has so many benefits in terms of your long-term health. I think it's very interesting. So what I would potentially do, and an idea that I had, and you are welcome to steal this, was to make an e-commerce store. Originally, it was going to be for like productivity, because I was making this home office and I wanted it to be like the most productive workspace as possible. Basically, I couldn't find a sort of one-stop place for like productivity home offices. Bearing in mind, COVID had happened as well, and everyone was now going into like a home office setup, or not everyone, but a lot of people. So there would never have been more demand than right now. And you would have to go and research everything yourself. You're watching like some YouTube videos, you're searching on Amazon, you're searching like all over the place to audit all these things from all these different places. Whereas I thought someone should make like I don't know, call it like the productivity hub or something like that, an e-commerce store where they're selling standing desks. Like this is a Herman Miller chair, which is meant to be like one of the best chairs in the world. Ultra widescreen monitors, which I'm on right now. There's loads of different things. Like you can even use like specific smells to be more productive. Supposedly, like you can also look into heating things, and that's also why I like that Dyson, like air purification. It's also really good for productivity. Anyway, there's just like hundreds of different like tools, gadgets, like things for working from home that you can have, but it's not all available in one place, and Amazon isn't the best place to find it. Like at least from what I found, like when you're searching for things, you just get all types of like crap from China quite often. So I would make an e-commerce store, something like that, and then you could also have, because it's technically all around being productive and working from home, you could also add something in about optimizing health and performance in terms of maybe through like supplementation or through various different products. Like there's one thing that I'm waiting to be approved for, which I think is really interesting. CGM, sorry, continuous glucose monitoring. So this is something for Yeah. No, I think it's a really interesting space. Like I'm so focused on productivity. I I can't move this camera around. It's like on a I will make. I promise you, I'll make another video on the setup. Um, but yeah, this camera's on like a fixed pole. But I will make another video. Also, it's quite messy here at the moment. This is something I was very interested in, which is like a continuous glucose monitor, and you can sort of track whether you're in ketosis or not. And I always found I was very productive when I was in a state of ketosis. And so this, rather than having to constantly take your um, rather than having to constantly take your little jabs, you do this once, and it lasts. I'm not sure how long the specific one lasts. Actually, it will usually be like 7 days, 14 days, or something like that. And so it will be constantly measuring your blood. You will be wearing this little black sticker that has like a prick in it, and it's feeding that data back into your app. So yeah, and it's telling you what your body's doing, how your body's reacting after you eat specific food. So I've applied for access, but I'm still waiting for approval. But that was something quite interesting. Good. I will. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, to be honest, the only difference I see is these guys have like really nice website and nice app, but the actual data is going to be the same, right? The only thing that would be a requirement for me is that the data is accessible, so I can pull it out automatically using Apple shortcuts and sync over to my Notion system. I'll look into it then. 14 days system apps. Let's see what this integrates with. Ah, you can pull this data out. Okay, yeah, that is interesting. All right, I'll pick one of those up actually. Thank you for the recommendation. Um, yeah, sorry. So you're you've built a program for health and performance. Yeah, I would be interested to take a look as well. Yeah, send over the program. It sounds interesting. Just a website or something. I'd be interested to read up on it. Yeah, it's only because I'm talking here at the same time and not really concentrating on programming. Not the smartest time to live stream and program at the same time. Um, yeah, you're probably right, but I'm not so worried about like this is one of the only things that I'll really have to build at the moment. But yeah, definitely not the smartest thing to, especially like I'm not that experienced of a programmer, right? I have to very actively think about what I'm doing when I'm building something. I'm nowhere near good enough to write code and answer all the questions as well. Like yeah, it's taken me about 2 hours to put this page together, whereas if I was doing this on my own, it would take about I don't know 20 minutes, half an hour maybe. He's back again, is he? Okay. sorry. Yeah, there's some of the negatives of automation there. I think audio should be fine. I concentrating on programming. Um, Speaking of audio, if anyone, I don't know what do like streamers do for playing like music and audio, like music in the background, because like are they just using non-copyright songs, or how does anyone know how that works? No, no, it's not social media scheduling at all. No, this is a personal website that I'll be using to um, basically to sell various different things that people are often asking for. Also to give away things for free. I just want a like a central hub where I can like often I'll say if I give away like a Notion template for free or something, I just need somewhere to put it so people can download it. So this is a website. It's built on Nuxt.js and it's using Airtable as a backend system. So far, I've built out like the product page. So anything that is added in here, like if we go through and add in a load more items now, this is acting as our content management system. In fact, this isn't going to work because they haven't got images, but if we refresh, yeah, because they haven't got images, and the image is currently required in order for it to display on that page. But anyway, any items that you add in here, as long as you add an image and write a description and so on, they will be shown on our store with whatever information you put on Airtable. So all the images are being added from these Airtable attachments. And so that first page is now done. Why is my store not working? Have I accidentally? Um, deleted something. So anyway, yeah, it's a personal website. I just made a mistake. Right, there we go. So now that's working again. So that is now built, and what you'll see, so this is on /store, and it shows all the correct images, has the correct name. Like they're just template images, obviously. And then if you click through, it will take you onto the correct page. You will see the URL will change from store into a WhatsApp bot. So it's all built dynamically. So just by adding in another single page within Airtable, it will automatically generate the correct pages after for you to be able to navigate through to and purchase. So I'm just finishing up on, like, and for example, you can see here, if we come through onto WhatsApp bot, and we change this field name to description, anything that I write in here, if we refresh this page, assuming I've built this correctly, which I haven't, that's why lowercase d needs to be. Okay, so now if we refresh, yeah, that appears on the website. So it's a little bit slow to start off with, but like finally we've got everything integrated together and communicating with each other. So now it's just a case of me very quickly changing, or like sort of making a correct format so that we can adjust all of the parameters that we see on the website simply by using the Airtable database. So it means it's very, very fast for us to release new products. So that is what we're currently building and what I am currently working on. And it needs cleaning up a little bit as well. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I don't think that I will. I don't know how frequently we will add in products more like, but yeah, yeah, definitely. But just also to change the information on here. But yeah, it's just nice that everything is implemented dynamically, so it's really fast for us to change everything. Like for example, on the breadcrumb menu, I can just put in product name, and it will automatically work across all of the different pages. Um, and then Vue also has like really nice, at least I like it, conditional rendering. So you can build nice logic. Directus, I've not actually heard of. No, I'm not familiar with them. What are they doing? Like for example, I will also just use like MongoDB if I'm ever working on like a huge project, but generally it doesn't happen very often that I like that I will make the move over to Mongo, but I've never used directors before. Right, how annoying. Equals to yeah, it sounds interesting. So like if I if I'm working with like huge amounts of data, I would just use Mongo and then a tool called like Table Plus. Um, but I'll look into it. Like if I'm, you can also use. I think I mentioned this before, Retool, which will plug in directly with Mongo and various other tools as well. So that would be what I would generally go for. But yeah, it does sound interesting. I'll give it a little look. If it works with Mongo as well, yeah, it's also interesting. I'll take a look. Yeah, sure. Yeah, nice talking to you. Send me over the email. To be honest, guys, I think I will probably cut the stream off here because I'm now very hungry. Maybe I'll come back a little bit later today, but also I just need to check what the girls behind me have been working on. And I'll finish up a few things on this programming element very quickly. But yeah, other than that, no, it's been a pleasure talking with all of you. Some interesting topics of conversation going on. Um, yeah, I will keep doing the live streams. Andrew, take care. Always good to chat. And yeah, have a great productive day, everyone. See you later.